Hello, hello. Uh, I'm here. And what's has you? How's it? How's it going and everything? Ooh. Oh, okay, cool. Hand tracking's not messing up today. Love how it's not messing up today like it was last week. Oh, wait, did my capture card did I bump into it when I came back to my computer? Okay. Oh, wait, is the is the throw layer broken or something? Ah, okay. It's not broken. I love how I come back from fixing it, and all I see is just a bike hit me in the face. Oh, and there's the crow. Okay, give me a second here. I gotta unplug the capture card for a second here. That was his 10 speed. Oh, also, my power went out yesterday, so I randomly just started scanning a bunch of amiibo for the hell of it. And, yeah, you'll see in a second what I got, basically. I managed to get the other piece of the time outfit, the Hero of Time outfit, as well as classic Link shield. So I've essentially now got a fully assembled Link outfit. It's like I had nothing else to do. Power was out. So it's like, okay, let's just scan a bunch of amiibo and see what happens. Lo and behold, I got the whole outfit. We'll say I do like the fact that I got the outfit, though. Yeah, that is a long-ass ladder. Oh yeah, I also scanned and I got a bunch of these shields. That was another thing that happened. Which I guess I'll use the Gerudo shield. Yeah, I also got a second Dusk Claymore, which I thought was kind of crazy. But I'll stick with the broadsword for now. I'm so sorry. Everyone has been treated now, but we have used up all the splash fruit. Yeah, well, don't worry. That's why we're gonna finish this first. There are more injuries than anticipated. Please accept my apologies. You have nothing to apologize for. You did what had to be done. Most importantly, I'm grateful that everyone is all right. Oh, I'm not a fan of the head shape on that one, specifically the green one. Like, the other two, their head shapes are fine. It's just, this one looks like her head got squished. Now, if only we could do something about the statue. I'm actually willing to look past the legs. It's more the head shape for me. Hmm. Are you a You there, are you a traveler? I'm sorry that I did not notice you until now. I was focused on a matter of great importance. The Zora domain's in trouble at present due to the sludge fallen from the sky. Things have finally calmed down, at least for the moment. However, this place remains covered in sludge. Such a shame, as the particular statue is so incredibly important to the Zora domain. We were discussing how we need to wash away the sludge. I apologize that I cannot provide a great deal of hospitality, but please do make yourself at home here. Okay, I know what I need to do.
Yes.
Wait, did they change the statue? I thought it was originally his older sister. Now it looks like it's Sidon. I don't like the fact they changed the outfit. The sludge. I see you managed to wash it away. Ugh, God, I hate the fact that they basically erased the princess. She was a champion, a hero. It's like, did they at least relocate her statue? That's God, Sidon went full frat bro, goddamn. Statue is a symbol of hope for the Zora. It is very precious to us. Thank you so much for cleaning it up.
Yes.
In truth, that statue depicts the majestic form of the pair who saved... Oh god, does it actually depict me on his back? Majestic form of the pair who saved this cherished domain in the past. That is right. Beloved Prince Sidon of the Zora and his very best friend, Sir Link. I don't like the fact that they put him in full Zora armor. Because all I had was the chest piece. I didn't have any other pieces. Sir Link, the heroic Hylian swordsman. It is simply wonderful, is it not? I would love to meet him someday. Yeah, totally. You know what? Yeah, I'm not even here. Nope. Weird that you don't even recognize him when he's standing right in front of you with the statue right beside him for comparison. Say, you have a similar stature to the Hylian hero. You don't say. Oh my. You are also Hylian. And a swordsman. Wait, could it be? Oh, are they figuring out? Are their brains starting to get wrinkly? You are Link, the swordsman of legend? Yeah. The brains are stored in the legs. The smaller your brain, the shorter your legs. Oh, I just realized the green one actually has longer legs than the rest. The green... So her head's more deformed, but her legs are more proportional. Not much more, but still more proportional by comparison. Please remember to mind your manners. Oh, please accept my apology.
Yes.
Please pardon our rudeness.
Whoa.
I'm quite surprised to learn that you are the legendary swordsman, Sir Link. I've heard mention of you nearly every day since I first arrived at this domain. I am Prince Sidon's... Oh, forgive me. I'm your best friend's fiancé. Oh my god. So he's marrying the squished head. My name is Yona. I am truly honored to have had the opportunity to meet you, Sir Link. I heard that you were missing along with Princess Zelda. If I may ask, what brings you here? Yeah, he's not our best friend. I wasn't even invited to the wedding, god damn it. Where's my wedding invite, Sidon? Where's my goddamn wedding invite, Sidon? Well, I said, where is it? They're engaged, so wouldn't I have been like, you know, like a... Like, you know, like the little thing that says like, oh, here's the date we're getting married on, blah, 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 like several days or months out. You know what? Okay, you know what? Fair, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But if I'm supposed to be his best friend, why haven't I heard word of this woman's existence? To think that such a thing could take place beneath Hyrule Castle. And now you are traveling the kingdom to investigate. So you're in search of Princess Zelda is what brought you here to the Zora's domain?
Sure.
In that case, feel free to investigate the area around the domain as thoroughly as you see fit. Oh, I have a lovely idea. If you do not mind, I ask that you please go meet with Sidon. I am certain that he would be delighted to see you. Sidon can be found at Mipha Court, located at the peak of Polymus Mountain. Yep.
Oh.
Oh, you know what? That is possible. Lady Yona, it is time. I fear we must be going now. Forgive me, Sir Link, but I must be on my way. But please, but if you... Sorry, but if it pleases you, after you have met with Sidon, perhaps you could visit me at the infirmary on the floor above. I'm determined to be of assistance to you as best I can, Sir Link. I don't know why. Is it just me, or does it feel like she's flirting with me? Sort of like how Sidon was in the last game. Oh my god. They want me to be the third wheel. Ha. Yeah. Okay, let's get one of these made. Yeah, let's go with this. Okay, that's the inn. Okay, what's the shop? We got loads of food, cooking supplies. Ooh, Hylian tomatoes. Deadly poison.
Oh. Huh?
Yeah, let me throw that at my enemies. Maybe I can poison them.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Like, have you already spoken to Lady Yona? She is attempting to repair your Zora armor.
Oh.
You know full well that the Zora armor allows even a Hylian like you to climb waterfalls. It is essential if you hope to traverse these parts with ease. Lady Yona is at the infirmary. I suggest you confer with her there at once.
Okay, okay. I guess I have to talk with her later. Okay, that's where I gotta go right there.
Oh.
Okay, looks like I'm gonna need the water pump after all to get out of here. I think out of all the Zonai gadgets, the water pump is definitely the most overpowered. Into the sludge. Oh god. This is actually kind of disgusting. Am I gonna have to swim through that sludge later? Oh god, please let it be Sidon that has to swim that. Okay, actually, no, let's build a hot air balloon here. Okay, we need a blue... Actually, no, no. Well, I mean, yeah, we do need that, actually, but, let's see. We'll use a sled as a base. A flame emitter. And a balloon. there we go. Oh, this is definitely beating the hell out of climbing. Okay, I need to restore some battery. Where the hell are those little Zonai thingies? There we go. God, how tall is this mountain? I'm just... God, this would be a long climb if I was actually having to climb this. Yeah, I think I'm definitely better off using the hot air balloon. There we go, made it to the top. Totally climbed all of this. Yep, no flight here. Oh, they moved her statue all the way up here where it's completely outside of town. Oh, I see how it is. I see how it is. Princess Erasure. I am not a fan of them moving her statue there. I'm definitely not a fan. Alright, where'd your friend go? Oh, your friend's all the way down there, past all the sludge. Oh god, I've got a really dumb idea for something I want to try. But I don't think I'm gonna do that one. Wait. Nah, I can't fuse them to my stuff. Okay, I gotta... I'll just carry them. It's not even that far. Plus, if anything, this is like one of the easiest routes. There we go. Okay, we got 2 power cells and... Why does that rock feel incredibly out of place? I have a funny feeling if I move that rock, a little shit's gonna pop up. Huh. I hate that I'm wrong. Oh well, not much I can really do about it. Actually, you know what? I got an idea, actually, because I got... The only other part I really need is I need wheels, so I'll just build a car. Four wheels and a control stick. I got the base right here. Okay, so... There's the base of the car. Oh shit, I just realized I accidentally put the two wheels on one side the wrong way. There we go. Now they're all facing the right orientation. There we go. Oh, looks like Sidon's got a whistle.
Is it really you?
I don't know, is it? So,
It's good to see you, my friend.
interesting that they like to hide the fact that he has short legs by having them submerged in water. Although I think it'd be really, really funny if it turned out he had, like, normal proportioned legs in this game compared to the other, Zora. I think that'd be absolutely hilarious. Link, it has been far too long. I received word that you had gone missing, and I was beside myself with concern. Whatever could have transpired?
No!
To think something like that could have taken place beneath Hyrule Castle. And afterwards, and then afterwards you mysteriously awoke on the Sky Isle. The sky. Could it be that the sky is the key to everything after all? My apologies. I have actually been wondering if those floating sky islands could be the source of the falling sludge. This is why I've tasked as Aura Historian with investigating the ruin fragments
and all historical documents related to the sky. As for me, I am not at liberty to leave this spot at present, as I am uniquely qualified to deal with the sludge here. You see, old friend, this place is the source of the water that flows into the Zora's domain. This is why I must use my power of water manipulation to separate the sludge from our water, in order to clean it. If I cease, then the sullied water will flow into our beloved home, and there will be much pain and suffering. That is why I cannot afford to leave here no matter what. Say, Link, does it not seem that Princess Zelda's whereabouts might be related to the floating islands and the ruins? If so, perhaps you should go and speak with our historian, Jaito. His many years have blessed him with great wisdom. It is quite possible that he could provide you with some useful information. At present, you should be able to find Jito continuing his investigation at Toto Lake. By the way, I hope you know that I am truly happy to see you again after such a long time apart, my dearest friend. Visit me anytime you like. Your presence is never anything less than welcome and appreciated. Well, if anything else, at least he's friendly and cordial still. I gotta clean the sludge off the temple. Up. There goes my hydrant. It broke my shield. Well, hopefully there's a new shield and hydrant in there. At the very least, a hydrant. Because I'm actually running low on those. Wait, what do we have here? Oh, so this item's ability is that it's a floating stone. Is this the elusive stabilizer? Oh, looks like they want me to use a bridge.
Okay, come on. Shield. That's all I want from that chest. Give me a shield. Or a hydrant. One or the other. I guess I'll take arrows. That worked, right? Let gravity do the work. Gravity's just sitting there doing nothing. Let gravity do the work. I will say though, this was actually a fun shrine. This was a fun shrine. I like this one. Although I will say I had a very awkward waking up this morning. Apparently I somehow ripped my pajama pants in my sleep. So all I could feel is just a sudden draft in the back of my pants. It's just like, wait, what the hell's going on? I feel around my back. It's like, oh, there's just a giant hole on my ass. It's like, okay. Okay, that's definitely what I needed to wake up to. The best part of waking up is a draft upon your butt.
Oh.
Rivan is fussing again. Yeah, I literally had to get changed immediately after waking up. Well, granted, I took a shower first, but still. Had to get changed immediately. Because it's like, it's annoying too, because it's like one of my favorite pairs of pajama pants. Because it's like one of my lighter pairs. And it's like, it's actually an anime pair, branded pair of pajama pants. You don't get those very often. It had like, Ichigo from the anime Bleach on one leg, and then the other leg was just solid blue. With like little black accents, I guess. Sort of like a camo pattern almost, I guess you'd call it. Camo-esque. Not really sure what you call it. It's like black blotches, but like they're so similar in shade to the blue that they almost blend together. His only daughter, Dunma, is on a solo assignment. I can't understand why he'd be worried. But Dunma is over 60 years old. Sure, she still has some mannerisms of a childhood, but she's a first-rate soldier. As a veteran soldier himself, it's simply not fitting for him to get distracted just because he's apart from his daughter. Link, my dearest friend, is there anything you would like to inquire about? Ask me whatever your heart's desire, and I shall do all I can to help you. The sludge. This is truly a burden. I'm using my ability to manipulate water to separate the clean water from the sludge. If I cleanse the dirty water, if I cease, the dirty water will flow into the domain and cause everyone to suffer. That is why I cannot leave this place, no matter what. What about Yona? Lady Yona, she is my dearest childhood companion, and much, much more. She is also my fiancée, my Glad to be. There was a time when we saw each other often, but life got in the way, as it often does sometimes. As it often does. Time has certainly gotten away from us. I recall our childhood days with utmost fondness, and at least she has come to visit for the first time in a while. And yet, I must admit, I have been a tad awkward around her due to the situation at hand. We've barely spoken since she's arrived. She has been an immense help in easing our struggle here. I am so grateful for her kindness. Jaito. I have tasked the historian Jaito with some... Yeah, technically he already told us that. Oh, right, the sledge doesn't hurt Link. Link kind of just waddles through it. What the hell is that over there? I'm seeing like a giant beam of light. I feel like I need to go investigate that beam of light I can see off in the distance. But I also kind of want to investigate that camp over there. So let's do the camp first, and then that beam of light. Perfect stealth. They have no idea I'm even here. Although probably shouldn't have walked into that spike, though. I'm sorry, the hell? I dodged. Although I guess they must have hit my pinky toe or something. They hit Link's little tootsies and he died. I know, damn that little pinky toe. God, why wasn't the first one, like... Okay, they know that I'm here, but they don't know where I am. Ha! Eat shit! Yoink! My shield now. Oh, okay. Burning weapons do a lot of damage. I keep forgetting about that. He melted Link's face off. Like in that movie Face Off. Oh, I just thought of something. There we go. Alright, I need to put a shield on. Let's put on the Gerudo shield. There we go. I'm going to do it. Yeah, rule 1 of combat. Don't place yourself next to all the explosive barrels. That's how you get smoked like a loser. Ah, cool. A little piece of his armor survived. Oh. Okay, what do we got here? We got arrows in box number 1. And there's still a monster around here. I don't see him.
Ah.
Thank you, I'm saved. I despaired thinking no one would find me. You might be wondering how I got here. Fine question to explain. I must tell you about the Blood Moon. Yeah, you don't need to tell me. The Blood Moon!
Ah. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I guess I can use this as an excuse to scan this stuff, I guess. Oh, okay, that's actually a sword. It's not just a sword with an attachment on it. It's a cool looking weapon, though. Oh, there's the remaining survivor. Okay, let's stick something explosive on this. Yeah, fire fruit should do. Not too bad, though. Say I got a decent enough haul for the amount of kills I made. Oh, and I found the solution. To the geo thingy. It's like I only just started seeing it, and it's like I can already see the solution. Where the teardrop is. Oh, those are trees, okay. Alright, time to interact with the water. Alright, Link, drink up the dragon tears. Zelda flashback.
King Rauru, we just received word that the last free village in the Gerudo Desert has fallen. At this rate, the Demon King's army will overwhelm us.
I understand.
Damn.
Our only hope is for me to defeat the Demon King.
Rauru, the Demon King. He is not someone you can stop by yourself.
Oh, excuse me, sorry about that.
But you are not alone. You have the Gerudo, Goron, Zora, and Rito leaders, as well as Zelda.
And Greg.
And of course, you can count on me.
Immediately dies. Like a boss. I don't know, they seem like the type that would die immediately.
There's something I'd like to show you all.
Oh god. He's pulling his gun. No.
Zonai. Sacred stones.
Stand with me. I need all your aid.
Ah, so we're getting a flashback to when he gave them the secret stones. Although I will say, I do think it's kind of funny that the swimming people, the Zonai, got an elephant mask. Ah, so hers is an earring. We gotta know about the anklet and the belt. And a gauntlet. I guess technically that would be classified as.
Gathered here, swear on our lives to serve Rauru, the King of Light.
I will say, I do like Rauru's design. He's interesting. I think out of all the characters in that group, that maybe the Gerudo Warrior. Well, at least this was considered out of the way, so. On the upside, at least I can just fast travel back to town. I should probably go interact with, my best buddy's wife. Ah. Yeah, I still don't see why he calls me his best friend. We hung out like once. If anything, you're my friend's younger, annoying little brother. Because if anything, the princess was technically Link's friend more than he was. Dude's rewriting history here. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Prince Sidon to an extent. It's just, Prince Sidon, you are not Link's friend. Your sister was Link's friend. Phew, this ledge is really quite stubborn. I dearly hope our patients recover soon.
Oh,
Leona, Sir Link is here at last.
oh,
Oh, you really came. How fortuitous. I was hoping to speak with you about an item that you entrusted to the domain with repairing Yozora armor. The repair is mostly complete, but it does require one more thing. I need an ancient Orowana? I can finish the armor right away if I can somehow acquire a scale from that fish. We have not seen an ancient Orowanas around lately, and I have no idea where they can be found. Since they are used to making armor, Ditto the blacksmith may know something about how to get one. If you find one, can you please bring it to me so that I shall fix your precious item at once? Well, I need to do this now so I can get my Zora armor back. Wait, I already have one? Did I catch the fish without even realizing it? Here you go.
whoa.
With this, I can finally finish repairing your treasured Zora armor. Please wait a short moment while I hurry to the workshop. Wow, what are the odds that I just happen to have the fish on me already? I'm so honored to reunite you with this item, dear Link.
Yes, yes.
Your armor is as good as new. Please take this along with our well wishes. I'm so happy that I was able to return it to its pristine state. It is a precious piece of armor, after all. As well as... No, the Zora armor allows a Hylian like you to climb waterfalls with ease, yada yada yada. Of course, it will not help you with climbing waters that have been tainted with sludge. However, with your great skill, Sir Link, I'm certain you will find your way up that waterfall, clouded though it is.
Whoa.
Oh, that was actually really convenient. What are the odds that I would have the exact suit of armor? You know what, going based off what you said there, Scarlet, a while ago, basically guys, he's a typical short-legged little bitch. Yes. Yes, he is. Dude's rewriting history. I don't need to break his kneecaps. Oh yeah, another thing I actually also got from the amiibo while I was scanning them. I got a bunch more of these cloths. It's like, I swear. At this point, I think I'm gonna have them all. Also, the minute I unlock the ability to customize, Ooh, I see a crab.
crab. Hippity hoppity. You know what? Screw it. Yeah, we'll use the N.
Oh, oh.
Blissful bed? What the hell's a blissful bed? Special bed that's filled with water instead of cotton. Oh! Regular bed's fine, though.
Ah. Oh.
Hmm. Torch sword! Okay, I found 3 of them so far. Oh, and up there's Epona all the way up here. I don't know if I should find it insulting that the game keeps track of where I last died. But now that I got my Zora armor, I guess I might as well. Zip on over.
Ah.
Oh yeah, that's the best look. Sorry. I can't say it with a straight face.
Oh.
Oh, is that the Zora armor? That armor really is perfect on you, my friend. I'm sure it will aid you in your search for Princess Zelda. Speaking of lost princesses, it is possible that something I know may be of use to you. If you have something that you would like... No. Yeah, don't want me just Link jumping around on the sledge. Okay. It looks like the game wants me to build a hot air balloon.
Okay, I need to still provide something to light it. Wait, would a Zonai cooking pot do it? I'm curious, would this work? Would this work? I think this would be hilarious if it did. It doesn't, sadly. Okay. It was worth a shot. Well, let's cook something, I guess. Okay, well, guess we'll use a flame emitter. Wait, is Sidon not gonna be up here with me? I'm gonna be basically by myself? This is new. Do 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 do. Okay, is that the whole shark? Wait, a thought just clicked in my head. I wonder if the water can clean the, the sludge falls. Yeah, that was too wishful.
Ah,
Hmm.
hey.
Okay, I'm gonna assume Tito, whatever, is in town, yeah? So I guess I gotta fast roll back to the Zora's domain and find this Tito guy. Because if I could cleanse that sludge fall, that'd be the easiest way to get back up to the top of that mountain now. I thought cleansing the shark might do something, but... Yeah. Oh yeah, this is where the shrine used to be. I'm so worried about you, Sasan. Hey, what in the world? I thought I could escape my restless thoughts by walking. Before I knew it, I was going around in circles. Oh, this spot? This is where Sasan and I would come to talk for hours. Oh, I'm so worried about you, Sasan. Yeah, Sasan's my best friend and favorite person. He's also highly unlike you. However, since the sludge showed up, he hasn't been showing up in the domain on the day he promised he always would. Nothing this would ever happen before, I'm quite sure. I don't know why, but I feel like that guy's, the Sasan dude or whatever, has to be an adult. All I can say is Chris Hansen needs to come to the Zora's domain. Or maybe not necessarily guaranteed come, but like might need to come because that is a literal child.
Oh, the Zora alarm has been repaired. Now you can climb the waterfalls as well as the Zora. How impressive that she was able to fix it for you.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Yeah. Trying to find our specific, He's gotta be around the Zora domain somewhere, right? Okay, you know what? Our guy would be a historian, right? So I guess I just gotta look around and see if I can find a guy distracted reading books or something. Hmm. Where the hell is this guy? Yeah, the adventure log suggests that I talked to some guy named Jaito at. Oh, okay, he's at Tato Lake. Okay, okay. Where is Tato Lake? Okay, that's Mytho Court. Shatterback Point. Tato Lake. Is he like in another domain or something? I may need to complete more of the map to find out where the hell this guy is. Okay, looks like I'm gonna need to leave the Zora's domain to even find this dude. Hmm. So where am I gonna find this guy? Okay, let's see. Okay, so I need to go somewhere in this general direction. Actually, you know what? Let's roll for some gacha while we're here. We need a little gacha mechanic. Yep. Gambling. Let's go gambling! Oh, cool. Okay, I got some hydrants. I actually was running low on those. That is actually incredibly convenient. Okay, that's where I gotta go now. God, that is terrifying every time. Because, like, if I don't time it correctly, it's like just... I become part of the pavement. You've heard of Breath of the Wild. You've heard of Tears of the Kingdom. Say hello to the newest game. Part of the pavement. Yeah. Yeah. Gravity's scary. Excuse me. Damn that Sir Isaac Newton. Everyone out here cursing gods. No. We don't need to curse them. We curse gravity. We curse that damn Sir Isaac Newton. Gravity wouldn't exist if it wasn't for him. Damn you, gravity! I might have to play that at some point. I mean, I might give it a look tomorrow, maybe, because I know a friend of mine asked if they could borrow my Switch because they're doing a Mario Kart tournament, and their Switch is actually being serviced by Nintendo, and they're not going to get it back in time. So I might actually just let them borrow my Switch. have plenty of other games I can still play. I've got Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. It's kind of like Mario Kart, but with Sonic. Wait, really? This thing's made out of metal? Looks like it's more made out of stone to me, but... yeah, you are right. I mean, actually, no, now that I think about it, no, I still have a second Switch. I can just let them borrow that, actually. I'd still have my main Switch. Because it's not like they need the DLC, only the host needs the DLC. God damn it. I got too cocky and I got electrocuted. I got Yamcha'd. There we go. Hmm. Okay, what's in the box? I still think it's kind of funny that the thing that killed me wasn't even necessarily the enemies. It was literally because I got hit by lightning. Because I got cocky with a metal weapon. Trying to use it in the middle of a thunderstorm. What the hell's going on here? Oh, it's just glowing mushrooms. Never mind. So I thought something ominous was going on there. And it's like, oh no, nothing ominous, just glowing mushrooms. I mean, still kind of ominous, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Oh. Ah. Ah. Oh.
Okay, we're getting Epona.
Oh. Ah. Eh. Oh. Ah. Eh. Ah.
Oh, okay, you can't customize Epona. Okay, thunderstorms ended, so I should be safe equipping a metal weapon again. Oh god, this is a terrible place for a stable. It's like, yeah, let's put a stable on top of a hill. Ugh, well, I found this ore deposit, so I'm gonna smash it and get the gems inside. My hands are a little sweaty, so my grip's not as firm as usual. Otherwise, I'd get it busted by now. What's with that look? You don't think I can do it? Fine, let's make it interesting. If you can break this ore in one strike, I'll give you all the gems. Oh, come on! How? I was joking when I said to break it in one go. I came up short because I was only using my arm muscle. But you use your brain muscle. Now all I can do is admit that you won. Congratulations. That was perfect. Hippity hoppity, your gems are my property. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Where's your friend? Alright, let's go grab a horse that I can actually drag you around with. Oh my god, I just realized, technically I have an accessory that can be equipped to other horses, just not Epona. It's like a little bar that I can attach stuff to. So technically I can drag him to his friend with a horse. Take horse. Okay, looks like Greg might be the best bet. Alright, come on, my boy, Greg. Then we can customize Greg. Attach harness. Receive reward. What's my pony club reward? So I can now use the more expensive bed. Okay. Alright, now to drag him along. Yay! The torture never ends! Go forth, Craig! We must drag this man along! Wow, Greg murdered a wolf. I didn't know you had it in you, Greg. Oh, shit. Horse is going nuts, dragging him everywhere. There you go, I dragged your friend right to you. Oh, there's the boar. I didn't even know there was a friggin' bear. And then I see the bear, only to not realize the other guy's right behind me and smacks me in the ass. You know, I'm not even mad, I'm just more surprised. Not even mad, just really, really surprised. Probably. Seems like. Honestly, if I'd gone after the other guy instead of the bear, I'm sure the bear would have got me. Instead. Let's just go after him first. Smokey doesn't want to come out and play. Alright. I get it, Smokey. Oh. Oh, this is literally part of this thing. Dude could stole the control panel. So I actually had to take that thing out.
Oh.
Oh, you got the tower's terminal back. Let's install it. No time to waste. I'll tighten this, and I'm done. There. It's not going anywhere now. Even if the monsters are real determined.
Oh.
I couldn't have done it without you. I really appreciate it. Yep. I am. You know what? I think I've heard people refer to that like that before. Yeah. Plus, I think I've seen some Zelda-related fan art that talks about those arms
in a bit too much length. Well, not so much talk, more depict the arms in a rather vulgar way. What is with all the malice over there? Combat training. Sneak strike. So I have to stealth the robot to death. Alright. The shrine purifies the ancient evil. We might have entered. Approach the enemy's back without being noticed, and deal a surprise attack. Your other attacks are ineffective here. Ready yourself. Blah, blah, blah. Well done. I gotta hit him again with another surprise attack. Lame. Of course, he turned around like the minute I got near him. That was lame. That was goddamn lame. I know, right? Come on, turn around. Oh, come on. Okay, you know what? I need to equip something, actually. Give me a second here. Eat shit, robot. Oh, okay, yeah, that's not a very good bow. Okay, we need a return of the most powerful weapon in all of Zelda history. We need to bring back the ever-elusive bow sword. I will say definitely the hood helped. Ah! I don't know why the hell that thing is freaking me the hell out. It's more the fact that I can't see it. Turn to face me again, you little shit. Damn. Yeah, the sword's barely effective. Actually, the hammer is more effective. Sword is all but useless against that thing. I feel like the only sword that will be effective against that thing would probably be the Master Sword, I imagine. But that's because the Master Sword's designed to be effective against, well, everything. God damn it. The thing just smacked the ground and I died. It didn't even actually touch me. Technically. Eh, god damn it. Oh god, I just thought of an idea on how to kill this thing. If I can sneak up on it, I can probably get on it and just smash a couple of those things ahead of time. Damn it. Big floppy boy. This frog is a menace to society. Well, I finally killed that stupid frog thingy. Lost my club in the middle of that fight, but totally worth it, I guess. All right. Is this an underground village? This could be interesting. Wow. Looks like I finally have to do some actual climbing for once. Is that a laser cannon? Okay. Let's see. Well, we might find out what it is. Yep, it is literally a cannon. That is a gun. Gun sword. Oh god, this is a Yiga clan village. Important notice, after the disaster in Hyrule Field, our bases face yet another threat. You must watch out for large, one-eyed, four-legged animals. These terrifying beasts are ravenous and ready to swallow anything and everything in their vicinity. The sight of moving, glowing ore will alert you to its presence, but do not be drawn in by the resemblance to Zonite. These ores that glow from its body are both a lure and a weak point. If seen, try to remain calm and focus your attacks. Be alert and know the warning signs. Well, at least dude actually cares about his men. Say what you will about the Yiga clan. Guy at least has some respect for his own men. Goodbye. Let's raid their storerooms. What do they got? Box number 1 contains large crystallized charge. Second box contains Yiga schematic. A schematic for a strange invention made of Zonai devices and building materials. Looks like it could be useful. I mean, they do have bananas in these boxes here, but That's their foodstuffs. Apparently Link doesn't want to raid their food supply. Well, at least it was somewhat worth coming down here. I will say, though, crazy how little of this place I've explored. But at the same time, it's like, I don't like being down here if I don't have to be. But I will say, at least it was worth coming down here for the goodies down below. Okay, let's see. Zephyr Lake, Lake Verana, Lake Alka, Malin Bay, Wrist. Okay. Skull Lake. Okay. The lake I need to go to... Yeah, fair enough. Yep. Guess I'll travel back to the surface to my tower. So I can do wizard shit and ponder. Sorry, dumb joke is dumb. Alright. So there's going to be a tower somewhere in this general direction. That's gotta be the tower I gotta get to. Alright. Delete the pin. We're heading to the blue one. But I will say, I think it's kind of surprising. I think that's like the first I've genuinely seen of that clan in this game. Ah! Shit. Oh, cool. Rare item. Totally worth grabbing on the way down. There we go. Okay, I see what I need. Okay, we need one minecart, one Zonai fan, and because I'm assuming these are going to be big tracks, based on the fact they're giving me charges, I should probably attach both of them. I forgot to unequip my cannon sword. I'm just gonna let death take me at this point. I deserve it. That's one way to go. I at least made the death fancy. Ugh. Oh wait, have I investigated? Yeah, I don't think I've investigated this one. Okay. Of course there's a Korok here. I'm sorry, that pathetic little reaction it did when I dropped the rock on his head just was kind of funny. It's just like... that was a funny reaction. I think I'd react with a little more pain if someone dropped a giant-ass rock on my head. Okay, let's see what Zelda was up to. Oh. She's showing off the iPad.
It is quite an interesting device. This is definitely not from this era. That said, I believe there may be a way to get the travel functionality working here. I'd like to tinker with it a bit. Would it be okay if I borrow it?
Yes, whatever you need. I really appreciate your help.
Then I'll hold on to it.
So you really believe my story? That I came from the future?
I never doubted you for a moment.
Minoru, do you know of a way we could help to return Zelda back to her time?
I suspect it was the power of your secret stone that allowed you to travel through time. To put it simply, secret stones amplify the power their owners possess. I am able to separate my spirit from my body. Rauru can repel or destroy evil with his power of light. And Sonia, she can control time. As for you, I can sense both light and time powers. But your secret stone seems to amplify your time power.
Time power.
Ultimately, the secret stone only amplifies your power. It doesn't suddenly grant you mastery and
That
control.
tells her that
That's still up to
Roru is
you.
her father, basically.
That means... if
Or not
you
her
don't
father, but
already
like
know
her
how to get yourself
great-great-grandfather
home,
kind of thing.
There are stories about the secret stones and a forbidden act called draconification. To swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Interesting. Another way to reach the future, though not a very quick one. So you think these stories could hint at a solution to our dilemma?
Yes. But there is still more to those tales. To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself. That is why it is forbidden. I thought maybe this could lead to a solution, some way to transcend time. But if you have to sacrifice your heart and mind, sacrifice what makes you you.
Wait, so that white dragon I saw in
I'm
your, the
I
Sky
wish I could
Temple?
help more.
That might have been Zelda.
Back where we started. There's still hope. I think the answer to this problem lies in study and learning more about the nature of your power.
Could that be where the
I'm
Master
sure
Sword is?
Sonia would be happy to help you.
Because she retrieved it in the past, right? So wouldn't surprise me at all
Okay.
if the dragon has the Master Sword. But I'm probably going to need a lot of health to pick it up, though. Similar to how it was in Breath of the Wild. So it looks like these tiers are giving me hints as to where the Master Sword is located. This looks like a job for the bow sword. Cannon sword. Shit. Their other non-sword thing got me. I think the cannon is a bad attachment to the sword now that I'm starting to think about it. Damn it. Bastard bonked me in the head. Bastards. Where the hell did I get sniped from? Sniper, no sniping. Little bastards keep trying to take my banana. Not my banana. Why am I saying banana? They keep trying to take my boomerang. You know, I'm just gonna chalk it up to my blaming it on the fact that I read the text from the chat, and the word banana is just sitting there. I don't even think I have any bananas. Oh, flame emitters. And box full of Zonite time bombs. Okay, you know what? We need to build a boat. Okay, so the best object to use for a boat would be a sled. And a couple Zonai fans. Actually, just one should be enough, actually. And why the hell not? Steering column. Yep, I think that's all I need for a boat. Yeah, not exactly what I had in mind, but it works. The boat's partially submerged underwater, but it's still getting the job done. Oh, it kind of functions like a hovercraft almost. Little bastard, your gust blew my boomerang away. Ooh, little shit electrocuted me. Is all of them? If there's any left, they'd be up here. Okay, what's in the box? Dragonbone bow. 24 attack power. Yeah, I can get rid of my 14 attack power for a 24. Oh, it even destroyed the chest. Was not anticipating that was a thing. Alright. And now go back to my, I guess, hovercraft? I guess the only other term I could use to describe it would be a power sled. Okay. thought there were more going on down here. Oh. There is more going on down here. Okay, gotta break into jail. Let's see what's in the jail. I actually was in need of a new shield, so that's convenient. Ah, okay, so this was the only way to get in here. Because the door is caved in. Oh, that message that I just received was you? Was it? Should I take a look at it? Oh, okay, it's a YouTube link. Okay. I'll look at it later. Actually, you know, I'll look at it now, actually. Give me a second here. Let's see what the YouTube link is for. Ghost hunting Journey? Oh, sorry, journal. Weird font. Thought that was an I at the end, not an L. Ghost hunting journal. I am not having a stronk. You know, I think this is actually probably one of the more effective builds I've made for land traversal, because it also works on water, too. Granted, it's not as effective on land, but it works. A roasted bass boomerang. The dude has a fish stuck on a boomerang. You know what? Just for research purposes, I'm going to use it on these ducks here for shits and giggles. This is beyond stupid. I'll stick to my giant stick with a boulder on it. Ah, yes, a missile in a box. Okay, this tree doesn't want to go out of my way. Okay, where's your friend? Oh, all the way back there. Oh, I know what he needs. Face down in the water. Woo! Waterboarding hovercraft! Oh, there we go. Perfect. Oh, and it's cooked too. Nice. Wow. Well, now we're dragging its face along the dirt. That's how you know this vehicle is extra effective. Got a little bit of a drag strip going on in the back. Don't worry, we'll get you to your friend. It'll just be a very painful trip. But trust me, this is for vehicle efficiency, I promise, and nothing else. Yeah, not a problem. We brought you your friend. Heh. Alright, let's do a shrine. Had to drag this bastard in. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna have to make another one of those hovercrafts now. But it's still surprisingly effective. Deep Force. Does this thing bounce if I drop it on... Nope. Okay, this thing just drops if I drop it on bounces if I drop it on water. Okay. Huh. Excuse me. Yeah. Oh, I just thought of something. Oh, wow, okay, I was right on the money. Yeah, because I kind of figured it's, related to, flotation. Yeah. Hmm.
Shield sword.
Hmm. Oh. Oh yeah. Didn't even think about that. Oh yeah, I don't know why. It reminds me of those stupid life preserver boards. You know, like the floaty boards that you can get at the pool. You probably know what I'm talking about, right? The little kick paddle boards. They're usually like blue or yellow. A lot of public pools have them. Kind of reminds me when I was younger. I used to like doing that for some reason, pushing them under the water and then seeing them fly back up. Yeah, that works. Wasn't expecting to get flung up so fast, but it works. I will say that was kind of an interesting little play with the physics engine, basically. Okay, let's build another vehicle. Oh, right, I don't have another one of those sleds, so... Oh, wait, we can sort of make do. We can make do. We got a cart. Get another fan. And a steering column. Alright, I need some of these splash fruit. Doesn't turn as well, but it still gets the job done. I will say, though, it is faster, though. But that's probably due to the fact that this thing has wheels.
Shield sword.
Oh. They had a... Oh, I didn't even notice this was a cave. I thought this was just a rock formation or something. Okay, what's in the chest now? Ooh. Okay, okay, the hill's a bit too steep. I'm just gonna walk it up. Oh, of course there was a Korok there. Because why else would there be a rock in a tree? I was right to think that was kind of weird. Shame I can't burn the tree down. Yep. Get down here. You're grounded. Huh, all that for 5 arrows. I mean, to be fair, I only really wasted 3, so... Not too bad. Okay, I lost track of my cart. One of the little shits must have jacked my ride. Nope. Okay. Up the hill. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Can I just get like a giant bag and then dump them into a volcano? Oh, I got an evil plan. I'm coming back for you, Titan. But first... Wait, oh, okay, I haven't seen that, that rune art before. Okay, so we got a couple things to do here. Okay... That part there hasn't loaded in. For some reason. Where, oh, where could that dragon's tear be? Oh, where could it be? A little dragon cried and it left a big tear. Oh, where could it be? That must be it right there. Well, I called it. Oh shit, flashback to Ganon? Ganon and the Yeager clan.
Hyrule will bow down before me.
Oh shit.
Molduga are approaching our position.
It's more than we thought! It's a swarm!
There are so many of them. But why would they?
Oh, I'm a fire in the laser, blah. Eat shit, Ganon.
That blast wiped out all the Molduga!
How is that possible?
Ganon is not amused.
So brute force will not be enough. The secret stone of the Zonai. How interesting.
Okay, that is actually one of the more interesting flashbacks I've seen so far. Getting a little insight on Ganon. Although the fact that there's still no Link in the past makes me think that this might be the Fallen Hero timeline I've heard so much about. Because in Ocarina of Time, I should say, during the events of Ocarina of Time, it creates 3 separate timelines. The Child Link timeline, where Ganon is sealed, which goes into Twilight Princess. The Fallen Hero timeline, which currently, at least as it's far known, goes into Wind Waker. Because at some point they get desperate and flood all of Hyrule. And then there's the future timeline where Link is victorious, but he's sent back in time. So there's still no Link in the present day timeline. Actually, I guess this could technically still take place in the in either timeline, really. The Link being victorious timeline or the Fallen Hero timeline. So it's narrowed it down somewhat, because if I remember correctly, Breath of the Wild, and by extension, Tears of the Kingdom, hadn't been officially established in the Zelda timeline, at least when I remember reading the Hyrule Historia book. I think they might have done an updated timeline in the newer volume, the Hyrule Encyclopedia, Volume 2, also known as the Hyrule Historia 2.
My apologies, the doors won't open for some reason. Wait a minute. Could it be that it's being blocked by this guy? Actually, you know what? The cannon is kind of dangerous. I'm going to destroy the cannon. And then fuse the stone to it. I wonder if having the monster heart will let me open the door. Or, wait a minute. Well, at least I got that going.
gets. Fish. Oh, Shield of the Mind's Eye. 16 defense. Uh, no, not quite. Could this be the spot? Yeah, good enough. What? The door opened? Could it be? Did you fix it for me? I can't believe a couple of sticks caused all this hassle. I wonder if those were there to begin with and just fell over somehow. Or if some monster did it on purpose. Well, either way, that really helped. Thank you. Well, mechanisms aren't quite right. I'll just give it a bit of oil. Ta-da! Wasn't a big problem, so a little oil cleared it right up. Right, I'm gonna hurry on ahead. So, this is goodbye. Alright, time to get launched into the heavens. God, is Link's iPad really worth it? Hmm. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, I already scanned that. Oh, there's no sky buildings nearby. Not gonna lie, I was expecting something to be up this way. Alright. Oh. That was actually just a horn. I thought that was a weapon. Oh well. There goes that weapon. go over to the tower now, I guess. I'm hoping not to deal with anything... I'm sorry. Evil living trees, got it. Okay. I don't know what weapon's gonna be super effective against you. Yeah, not every day you fight a giant evil living tree. Yeah, that was the last thing I was expecting to see. Come on. Fall. Fall a little more. You love to see it. Oh god, is this another one that's gonna be... Oh. It's another busted one.
Oh,
What are you doing in this place? No, it doesn't matter. Could you just tell me what's wrong? I set off a trap in the ruin and now I'm stuck. Oh, what a mess.
oh.
Can you see that switch? If you press that, you could be able to get me out. You should be able to get me out. Cave entrance is over there. These ancient ruins are kind of amusing. Thank you, I knew you'd rescue me. I don't know much, but please take this. That is what lured me into the trap. I don't even want to look at it anymore. Do whatever you want with it. Wait, I don't have time to chat. I have urgent business at the tower, so I have to go. Thanks again. Wait a minute. Can I... No, I cannot. Oh, wait, can I... Does this chest weigh enough to... Aha! Totally worth it. Alright. Alright, time to launch myself into the heavens. Well, I guess I can see where I'm going. I can see a sky sanctuary building thing. I'm a Bob, I'm a who's it. I'm gonna check out this refinery. Because I'm sure I have what I need for him to interact with now, right? This is the crystal refinery. I can take your crystallized charges and use them to get producing. Oh, I need 100. I've only got 60. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not possible. Okay. Okay, I can't fast travel to the Temple of Time yet. But I can at least fast travel to the shrine over here. Because I kind of want to check out the temple. Okay, that's the Temple of Time right there. I will say, though, it is nice up here, though. Like, even though this is technically ruins, it's, I don't know, doesn't seem weirdly, it doesn't come off as depressing, like a lot of other ruins do. Oh, well, I mean, at least I can use this to my advantage. Okay, now where is that sky dragon? Because I remember seeing it around here. Do I need a higher vantage point or something? I probably need a higher vantage point. There we go. Hit that little sweet spot. Oh, perhaps you. I've been waiting for you. My purpose is to conduct a ceremony to test the strength of any visitor. Those who passed are told the story of the Great Sky Islands. And since you are qualified to attempt this ceremony, please inform me when you are prepared to begin. Sure. Very well, I will explain the ceremony. It is quite simple. You must light 3 fires on this island and return here within the time limit. You have 12 hours. The sounding of the time bell will signal the start of the ceremony. It will end with the sound of the next bell. This concludes my explanation. There will be a delay before the ceremony can begin. Please wait here until the time bell tomorrow morning. We can start then. Understood. Let us wait for the island to rise precisely at 7 a.m. time bell. Okay. What the hell's going on here? Thank you for waiting. The time has come. Do you want to hear the explanation? Let's hear it. Very well. I will explain the ceremony. It is quite simple. Light 3 fires, then return here before the next time bell rings, 12 hours from now. But you must not set foot on any surfaces other than the roof of this temple. You have 12 hours. Okay. Okay, that's the first fire. Okay. I guess water doesn't count as a surface. Good to know. Okay, this is definitely gonna be a bit tight. Oh, there's our fire. I'm trying to remember. It said 3 fires, right? Okay. Okay, I did the fires. Okay, cool. So I just gotta make it back to the roof. Come on. Well done. You've proven yourself capable. I will now tell you the story of the Great Sky Island as promised. The Temple of Time and the island it sits upon were once found on the surface of this world. This has changed. Its land and islands surrounding it now float in the sky. There is a reason for this. The hero who will defeat the Demon King will one day awaken at this very site. The site must be kept safe from the Demon King and his followers. It was therefore raised high into the skies. The tremendous power of the sages
accomplished this feat long ago. That is the story of the Great Sky Islands. The sage who raised this island into the sky directed me to give this token to one who heard my story. It is now yours. Not exactly what I had in mind, but hey, it gets the job done, I guess. Hmm. Okay, I need to find Tutu Lake. Okay, now that I've got more of the area surrounding, let's see. Tutu Lake. Ruto Lake. Bank of Wishes. Could that be Tutu Lake right here? You know what? I'm just gonna look this up because this lake is getting on my nerves. Okay, let's just Google this. Tutu Lake. Location. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Northwest of the Zora domain. Okay, so north. Oh, it's literally right here. Okay. It is a really small area. I thought it'd be bigger for some reason. Yeah, definitely still better to travel from here, though. Although, I will say, on the upside, at least I've got some cool stuff. Alright, let's get rid of these Lizalfos.
Ole, ole. Ole, ole. There we go. What's inside here? A Lionel boomerang. Okay, let's see. There we go. Splash. Okay, dude should be around here somewhere, I think. Oh, that must be our dude right there. Ah, I will never understand the ways of historians. Can you not conduct the investigation more cautiously? Oh dear. I certainly hope that you did not overhear me. Mm, mm. Grumbling to myself like that? It's not like it sounds, really. Jaito keeps interacting with dangerous things. When I object, he insists it's necessary for his research. That makes things quite difficult for me, as it is my job to guard him. That is why I gave in to a moment of grumbling. The ruins. Right. Do you see that opening over there? The cliff crumbled as a result of the upheaval, and that revealed these ancient ruins. Prince Sidon immediately ordered a thorough investigation. Jaito is a historian, so this kind of thing is his speciality. He was terribly excited and completely transfixed by the ruins. This dignified presentation. Yes, the writings look like waves upon the stormy seas. Extraordinary. This ancient stone slate was written by our Zora ancestors from the distant past and left for us to discover.
Stand upon the land of the skyfish, a droplet of the watery bridge. Alas, I cannot decipher it. Ah, Link! My apologies, I was deep in thought. In any case, I have news. I have made a monumental discovery.
Ah!
This is undeniably an ancient Zora stone slate. Better still, upon its surface, there appears to be text regarding the sky. However, the slate is broken, and so I am unable to read it in its entirety. I deeply wish that I could view the full text. Alas, I fear that my fins are tired. I'm gonna go out on a limb. Nah, it's worth a shot. This work? What is this? The stone slate? I can hardly believe my eyes. Link, I must thank you.
Ah!
Oh, incredible. I can finally read it. Yes, I very well can. Stand upon the island of the skyfish, and behold this lofty view. Excuse me. Among the floating rocks, you see a droplet waits for you. Through this droplet, shoot an arrow with the mark of the king. Do this task, and you shall reveal a most wondrous thing. See the watery bridge, his resting spot, with your own two eyes. That which connects the Zora to the people of the skies. This is an extraordinary discovery. This is important text, actually. Tells us how to journey into the sky. Though in truth, that mystery just leads us straight into another. One difficulty has been overcome, and yet another has appeared in its wake. As it mentions the mark of the king, perhaps it would be prudent to consult King Dorfan. I assume that he will be returning from his investigation of the sludge shortly. Alright. Travel back to the Zora's domain, I guess. Oh well. I will say, though, at least doing all that extra tower activations will help me later on, I guess. Can't hurt to have it all done now.
If the king's back, he should be in his throne room, right? Yeah. King Dorphin Super Punch and Super Kick. Yeah, ha ha! I'm so big and strong. Wahaha. Oh, I got beat. The sludge is too yucky. You got me, you big dumb monster. There's no other choice. I'll have to hide in the secret spot. And that spot is... What's up, guy? We're full up on folks who are allowed to play our King Dorphin game. We can't keep playing with you here. So take the hint and scram. I did it, but the sludge is too thick and gross. I have failed. My King Dorphin. Pretty please, oh, what if we went to that one place to hide? Hey, come on. Do it right. That didn't sound like him at all. I'm trying, but I can't play Muzu and the monster. Not all by myself. Hey, I've been wondering forever. The secret spot where King Dorphin is hiding. What kind of place is it? I know, right? I asked King Dorphin about it once. He said it was a pristine sanctumy or something. Pristine sanctumy. So I guess it's a spot with clear water. Somewhere you can get your tummy clean and stuff? But these days, most of the water around the domain is all yucky because of the sludge. Uh-oh. I've heard there's a clean water flowing somewhere between Palamas and the mountain and the domain. There's supposed to be a secret entrance behind the waterfall, too. How cool is that? It's fine, no one's listening. Yep. No one is listening. No one at all. No one at all. They'll never suspect a thing. I am the master of stealth! Ow! My phone just fell over and hit my foot. Okay, I need some of those splash fruits. Do do do. Let's just fast travel to the sky. I can probably just fly where I need to from here. Because if I remember correctly, the ball had like a set of wings and a fan that I could use. Okay. Let's go gambling. Okay, 2 fans. And a power device. Not exactly plan on sticking it, but... Yeah, I think I need to knock off a couple of those fans. Hmm. Okay, so... I guess somewhere over here? Hmm. Okay. Oh, wait. They said waterfall, right? Is this the waterfall right here? Hmm. So the young ones are pretending to be King Dorfin for fun. But you know, whenever I bring them some fish, boom, they stop what they're doing. Just like that. I would really like to know what they're up to. King Dorfin. That's right. They're playing as though they're our beloved king. Hmm. Okay, if I follow the water sources, there's gotta be another clean waterfall, right? Yummy, 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 I got frog in my tongue. Crab. Hmm. Is there a waterfall connected to this thing? Nope. Hmm. Okay, let me try looking something up here real quick. Okay. Alright, they were saying Maku Lake. Okay, so... yeah, that looks about right. That's gotta be the spot. Let's fly like a bird, I guess. Fly like a bird. I'm gonna fly away. I don't know where the king is. Where the fuck is the king at? Maybe I'm just gonna succumb to gravity. Whoa! A little too close for comfort. Oh, this has got to be the cave, right? Okay. Wait, I know a way to cheese my way around here. Okay. Aim. Then gotta grab something that's ice related. I should have an ice choo-choo slime or something like that. Somebody tells me I wasn't supposed to get up here this way, but eh. Oh. So literally the only reason to come up here was just for that frog gem thing. Oh well, guess it was still worth it, somewhat. Okay. Not what I had in mind. Whee! He dead. Felt like a Looney Tunes cartoon. I guess he sort of did. Stay down, you little shit. Oh, fun. A blood moon.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, aimless spirits of slain monsters.
Excuse me.
Ah, you know what? Screw this. We're gonna do this nice and easy way. Got enough of these damn fans anyways. Okay. A climber's bandana. Okay. Guess it might not have been here that I needed to go. Oh, lordy, 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 lord. There we go. Okay. Oh, it really was behind the waterfall. The only reason I couldn't get in is because of the Zora armor. Kept making me auto swim up the waterfall when I collided with it.
Who approaches? Is that you? So it is. Link. The stink. How did you find this place? What cruel ploy are you plotting? Did you eat my last yogurt? No, hold on a minute, my liege. I got a couple more insults to throw at Link. Hold, my ever-loyal Zoo. If you speak in such a way without explanation, Link here will only be confused as to what is going on. Hello, Link. It has been some time since we last spoke. I had received word that you went missing along with Princess Zelda. Why have you come here? Well, well. To think such a thing could transpire. For the hero of Hyrule and Princess Zelda. Huh? You expect us to believe the Princess Zelda simply disappeared? Just like that? Do not sully our ears with your lies! Bitch. I saw Princess Zelda with my own eyes right after the phenomenon at Hyrule Castle took place. Bitch. Calm yourself, Muzo.
Link's eyes betray no hint of deception. He remains a trusted friend of the Zora. Yep, it's everyone's favorite racist. I like most of the Zora. I think their personalities are fine. I just don't like how they look. But that's more of an aesthetics thing. As people, I think they're nice enough for the most part. There must be an explanation. I know what the explanation is. He's a bitch. Link, I will now tell you what happened when we last saw Princess Zelda, as well as the reason behind my seclusion here in the pristine sanctum. We encountered Princess Zelda after Hyrule Castle ascended into the sky. Floating islands appeared as if from nowhere. Sludge fragments of ruin began raining down. Muzu and I had left the domain to investigate these strange occurrences. Muzu insisted on bringing his white robes and torch, but I managed to get him to not do that. That is when it happens. Princess Zelda descended from the sky, accompanied by a sludge monster. What happened next took us by surprise. She then unleashed the beast upon us. King Dorphin valiantly vanquished the threat. However, he was gravely injured by the sludge during the battle. As for Princess Zelda, she vanished without a trace. If word got out that Princess Zelda lost her mind and harmed King Zora, the resulting turmoil would be devastating. This is why we are temporarily remaining hidden within the pristine sanctum. According to your story, Princess Zelda disappeared suddenly in the depths beneath the Hyrule Castle. On the other hand, she suddenly appeared near Zora's domain and unleashed a monster upon us. The waters of truth have become murkier still. But from the Zora perspective, one thing is clear. It all leads back to the sky. This disaster, the sludge, the monster, and even Princess Zelda. It may well be the answer to these riddles can only be found skyward. Sidon ordered Jaito, a historian well acquainted with the ruins, to investigate. I wonder if any progress had been made. Ah, so you've already spoken with him! You say that the mark of the king was mentioned on the stone slate that was restored. Indeed, I do not know of it. Sorry, I do know of it. He said I do know of it, right? Yep. Indeed, I do know of it. The mark of the king refers to a Zora King scale. One of my scales, in other words. I have heard it called by the name you mentioned in the ancient ritual, or none remain who know how it was used. If this particular scale of mine proves useful to you, by all means, take one. Take a few. There is no need for restraint. This is as nothing to me. If you run out, simply return to acquire more. Sorry. After all has transpired, and after much reflection, I have come to a realization. Isn't that Link's a bitch? No. I must truly be getting on in my years to have allowed a mere monster to catch me off guard. Perhaps the time is nearing for me to pass the title of king on to Sidon. King Dorphin! Sidon's a bitch, too! In any case, that is a matter for another day. After the chaos surrounding the sludge has quieted, please inform Sidon about my situation and about the King's Scale. Tell him there is no need to worry about me. Tell him he must go forth and do what needs to be done. He's lived long enough. No, I haven't. I need to purge the Hylians. I mean, nothing. Ignore my pointy white hood that I'm putting away. Racist insult. Yeah, there's a cave behind this waterfall, too. Oh, never mind. It was just a fancy rock. An optical illusion, if you will.
Hey!
Ah, Link. Have you made any progress in the search for Zelda? What? You say my father was attacked by a monster? And Princess Zelda unleashed it upon him? What could that possibly mean? Well, for now, I fear all we can do is take my father at his word, and try not to let our concern overcome us. Link, thank you for telling me about my father. Princess Zelda descending from the sky, not to mention the monster, and that filthy sludge. It seems our course is skyward. Well, we know that the mark of the king on the slate refers to my father's scale. The only remaining mystery is that of the land of the skyfish and the floating rock in the shape of a droplet. Stand upon the land of the skyfish. That must be referring to an actual location of some sort. I'm sure that if we locate the land of the skyfish, it will lead us to the floating rock that is shaped like in the shape of a droplet. Link, if you find any leads, please let me know at once. Okay, and I just need a flame emitter. Wait a minute. I can just make a campfire. Why am I trying to use a flame emitter? I can cheap out. Here. Hold that. And then I just need some flint. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, come on, turn into a campfire. Like you're God damn it. Yeah, this works. Okay, do I have any weapons that are made out of wood? I mean, I guess my boomerang with the lino blade on it is technically flammable. Oh. I'm guessing... this will be the thing I shoot the King's Scale through? King's Scale? Well, that is interesting. Guess I better go towards that green thing. Well, I mean, it's not that much trouble to go meet with Sidon. Okay, what else? Sidon was here. Oh, there he is. Lady Yona, it's far too dangerous for you to be here.
Yes.
Darling, I came here because there is something I need to speak to you about. I have been thinking for quite some time. Oh. Hello there, Link.
Huh?
What has happened, my friend? Did you figure something out?
Huh?
You solved the ancient stone slate riddle? And a pillar of light appeared. If the word upon the stone slate are correct, a path to the sky may open up if we investigate that location.
Oh.
Well done, Link. This is a huge development. I see. Dear Sidon, I think that you should go with Link to investigate the Pillar of Light. As I was just about to say, for a long time I've been concerned that you are holding yourself back and not acting as freely as I would have expected. But my love, if you and Link join your powers, I am certain you shall be able to overcome whatever danger awaits. This is undoubtedly true. However, whatever is troubling you, Sidon, why are you hesitating so? It's simply... Huh! Oh god, it's the Great Mighty Pooh! He is the Great Mighty Pooh, and he's going to take a shit on you. That monster is covered in sludge! Could it be the foul beast that harmed Father? Sidon, we can take care of the wart to at least a little while. Do not fret about the domain.
Huh.
You're right, as ever. It is up to you, my lady. Link, please, I must ask that you fight at my side once more. The beast is protecting its body with sludge. It is a mighty opponent, certainly, but we must not falter. When an opportunity presents itself, call out to me. I shall use my power to envelop you in water, thoroughly shielding you from our foe. At that point, you may shoot forth that water as an attack by swinging your weapon.
We need to get up close and personal with it. Be careful.
Wait, did this thing eat Sidon? Oh, it did. It did eat Sidon.
We have to remove the sludge somehow. Leave it to me.
Ah, yes. Oh, of course it covered itself. Yeah, I'll drink something in a second. Okay, let's... Alright. It's even uglier without the slime? Fair enough. I would have to wholeheartedly agree with you, my dude. Okay, you know what? Let's just hit him with Ganon's sword. The Dusk Claymore. There we go. Sludge monster is dead. You did it, Link! Take that, foul beast of sludge! Is everyone alright? We are unharmed. Thank goodness. Lady Yona, if something had happened to you, in any case, it is possible that another monster will appear. I suggest that you return to the domain at once. Thank you for the sentiment, Sidon. However, more importantly, we must consider that Sir Link spoke of what Sir Link spoke of earlier. The pillar of light that he said appeared at the reservoir begs to be investigated. It may be our opportunity to learn the cause of the sludge falling from the sky, or even Princess Zelda's whereabouts.
Yes.
Leave this place to us, dearest Sidon. Your friend needs your help getting to the bottom of this mystery. Well, of course, it would be best for me to accompany him. However, I cannot leave you alone in this dangerous place. Did you not entrust this task to us already? We will not be on our own for long. We shall just be fine. We'll be just fine. But, Sidon, my darling, I truly appreciate that you worry for my safety. It speaks to the kindness in your heart. But you are the prince of the Zora. One day you will lead the people of your beloved domain. I can see right through you, whether you want to or not.
You are yielding to the fear of losing someone you love again. You must overcome your past and face whatever the future holds with courage. But
Come now.
I mean, that basically is the same thing. She's saying come now with a voice clip, but it's enough is enough.
You are not acting like yourself.
Hey now.
You must leave this place to me. Sweet Sidon, do not get lost in the past. You must keep moving ever onward. Just follow your heart, as you always do. Like my old self, like I always do.
Yes, yes.
It is all right, I swear it. I am not going anywhere. I see. And there it is clear as day. I was giving in to my fear of once more losing someone I love. You are right, Yona. I will not give in to this fear, nor forsake my trust in you. I leave this place to you, my love. Off we go, Link, to the Pillar of Light. I shall blaze on ahead, my friends.
He's cocky as fuck, but he amuses me. It seems Sidon has finally put his doubts behind him and returned to his usual fearless self. I'm so glad. All this time, he was clinging to regret over being unable to save his precious sister, Mitha. My poor, tormented Sidon. And to think, he was unknowingly paralyzed from taking action because he feared losing me as well.
Whoa.
Yet he has overcome this trial and placed his faith in me. At last, the Sidon I know and love has come back to me. Link, please take good care of my dear Sidon. He is the sun in my sky.
Anything cool in there? Oh, a Royal Claymore with 14 base damage. Guess we can get rid of my wood torch sword? Still a very pretty statue she has of herself. Oh, there's Sidon.
So, that's the clue for reaching the sky.
And there's probably a voice saying, "Yo, dogs, maybe it'd be kind of cool if you brought me some Chick-fil-A."
Just now, what was that? Never mind. Now is not the time for Flights of fancy. Just where could that light be coming from?
I have an idea. It's just as I thought. I can see an entrance at the bottom of the lake. I'll make a path for you. Dive in, Link.
Yeah, will do. Well, I know how I'm getting past that. Okay, sorry, that was kind of funny. Okay, oh, there you are. Need you again? There we go. Actually, yeah, you know, take that out. Ah, okay, perfect. Excellent.
Hmm. Was not expecting to get jumped like that, but okay. Good. Die, worm. Okay, what's in the chest? Ooh, new shield. Okay, I need something to make ice with. I don't want to dive, I wanted to... Yeah, you know what? This should do. Okay, you know what? I'll just swim a bit. Yeah. All right, so what did this do? Okay, so it activated the waterfall that'll take me to the temple. Okay, that makes sense. Except I could have gotten there with a hot air balloon. I didn't need that waterfall. Like, maybe I need Sidon in the temple, but...
Oh,
So, I mean, I guess this is how he gets in. A waterfall? A waterfall descended from the sky? Link, what happened? Is this your doing? Ah, so you activated a mysterious device in the ruins. And then the waterfall appeared. Huh. Ah, I believe I understand. To Azor, a waterfall is no different from a path. That must be the meaning behind the watery bridge. Yes, it must. If we climb this waterfall, we shall ascend into the sky. Link, I knew you could do it. My belief in you is as well placed as ever. Yo, dog. Bring me some Chick-fil-A.
Here.
Shit's bussin'.
Come to me.
Don't forget the Chick-fil-A. Is it happening again? Someone calling to me? What was that sound I just heard? Well, in any case, we now have a path forward. All that is left is to press ever onward. If you wear the Zora armor, you can climb the waterfall as well. Let us be off to our next adventure, Link. Whee! Okay, I'm seeing a bunch of bubbles flashing green. Okay, they popped. What the moon gravity? Okay. Oh, this is messing with me a bit. Okay, Soldier Blade. 23 damage. I guess I can get rid of this 14 damage blade. Oh, okay. I see what I need to use those for. This is definitely an interesting gimmick. Oh crap, I could have just jumped in the bubble. Okay, just gotta wait for the next bubble to pop out. Well, at least I'm getting some progress. Kinda does. Plot twist. This is secretly the secret Zora brewery. The Zora haven't known a good brew in a long time. They've forgotten the art of alcohol. Dun dun dun. Quick, steal the secret recipe. Just because it's a secret recipe doesn't mean it's a good recipe. Could be a bad recipe. Okay, what's in this box? Screw it. I'm just gonna cheese it. I know they wanted me to do some super elaborate solution involving bubbles. But it's like, why use the bubbles when I've got the rocket? Just fly across. So much faster. After all, the old saying goes, why swim when you can fly? Okay, looks like I need to fly across. Huh. Zonai Spear. Beer. No. Yeah, give me a second. Okay, I see what happened. I see what happened. I ran out of disk space because I forgot to delete last week's VOD. Give me a second here. Whatever, I'll just export it directly to Twitch. Well, fair enough, I guess. Tuh. Vaya. Okay. Ooh, okay, this could be actually an interesting weapon. Okay, so this I got this Zonai weapon here. Destroy the blade. Ooh, now we're talking. Big damage, big damage. Okey-doke. And swim up the beer stream. Okay, what do we got in this chest? An old map that shows a marked spot. Yeah, this is somewhere underground. Ooh. Not a fan of that one. I love how I'm trying to jump away from it. I just get smacked in the ass and go flying. Well, not really flying, more just fall flat on the ground. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Dude literally used my own tactic against me. With the spear. Yeah, thank you for telling me about enhancing armor. I don't need to know that. Okay, I basically died the exact same way I did the first time. Because I was so focused on the one enemy, I got stabbed in the belly by the second one. Actually, you know what? I should probably restore some of my health. That might help with survivability. There, I should be survivable now. Or not? Oh, okay, there we go. This time the AI allies actually helped me out a lot. They kind of hard carried. Not gonna lie. Okay, what do we got in this chest? Soldier Blade, 33 base damage. Okay, I guess we can get rid of the oh-so-very-elusive Bowsword. Or I can get rid of the boomerang. Yeah, let's get rid of the boomerang, I guess. Oh shit. Splat! I fucked up the jump. I deliberately killed myself there. Because I don't want to climb all the way back up. I'm just hoping the checkpoint's good enough. Which I'm assuming will be after that last fight. So worst case scenario, I have to, like, climb up a couple stones. And if it starts at the last fight I did... Okay, cool. Well, that worked. Oh, well, let's see, what do we got in here? Opal. I feel like I'm gonna be very sick of seeing that gemstone by the end of this game. This is really such a strange place. My body felt light as air, allowing me to soar surprisingly high when I was climbing the waterfalls. As we are in an unfamiliar place, let us proceed with caution, Link. Please take care as you forge ahead.
Got it!
Oh. Bullets, my only weakness.
How did he know?
Exactly.
Okay.
There we go. Oh no. That had no right being half as funny as it was. It was sad how funny it was.
Ah!
I really need to pay more attention to my health. Like, am I low on health or something? I must be low on health. That's gotta be it. Okay, maybe not that low, but still. There. Fix the health problem.
Right.
Done and done. Link, let us keep pushing forward. Hmm. Oh shit, I just realized I am stupid low on health. Okay. Time to eat a steak dinner. If only healing from injuries worked like that in real life. It's like, oh no, I broke my leg. Better eat a steak dinner. Ah, God, my leg. I better eat this rotisserie chicken. Oh, God. If real life works the same way it does in video games. From what I can tell, all of the sludge waterfalls are flowing from the ruins above here. In other words, if there's a source for this sludge somewhere, it must be. Link, once you are amply prepared, let us dive in. I'm ready. Right. The time has finally arrived. Off we go! Whee! You know, I will say, compared to the other champion powers, I have not had to use Sidon's as much. Or I should say, I haven't had as much opportunity to use Sidon's power. Oh, we weren't even in the temple yet. Okay, now we're in the temple. None of that before was the temple. Huh. Let's go activate the thing here.
Oh!
Link, over here, this way! How magnificent! To think that such a structure was floating in the sky above Aranzora's domain. Link, look. That is surely the source of the sludge, I'm certain of. We must do something about it. That's it. Link, you see it? Do you not? If we could only make use of that water. Oh! It seems it didn't work. But you saw it, too, did you not? Using that mechanism did have an effect. There simply was not enough water. That sound again. Yo, dog, you bring me that Popeyes like I asked?
Cherished kin. This is the source of the pure waters of Zora's domain. Use your power to turn on the 4 faucets and you can collect water here.
Okay, I see where they're gonna be.
Heed my word.
Basically... Oh, okay, so one's on this island and the other 3 are on... 3 of the 4 floating isles. You heard that voice loud and clear. The 4 faucets I see. If we turn those on, we can acquire more water. And for the water... right. Let's go! Wait, where's side now? Oh, there's side.
Ah! Okay.
You like taking your sweet time.
Yes, you got one flowing. This is great. Just 3 to go. Here goes.
Come on. What's inside? Ooh, okay. A construct bow that has slightly more durability than a regular construct bow. Oh. Might as well, I guess. Oh, okay, there we go. I got the Frozen game over, where Link turns into a Linksicle. Okay, I'm collecting all the game overs. We've got the burning game over, we got the freezing game over, we got the electrocuted game over. We got the game over, game over. I'm sorry. I was not expecting to get shot out of the air and turn into a Linksicle again. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! That was actually kind of funny. Yeah, that worked. Not the exact method that was intended, but yeah. Wait, where the hell did Sidon go? Oh, never mind. Sidon chose to stay up here, okay. I guess he was bewitched by the spinning dreidel. It was a little dreidel. It was made out of clay. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. Woo! Oh, there we go. Alright, that's the second one down.
Well done, Link. Now you just need to open the remaining two.
Okay, what do we got here? Oh, this one's like just out in the open. Okay, this water temple is proving to be so much easier than
All right.
the
just
last
one more, Link.
2 that I did, basically. Because the fire and air temples were way harder. It's like I'm doing them in a progressively easier and easier order. Okay, must be... Alright, that worked. There's Sidon. God damn it, Sidon!
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, that wasn't very hard. Figured it out in minutes.
You did it, Link.
Yeah.
Okay, we're all filled up. Now we just need to use the sensor device.
I don't know why. I have a funny feeling that that pool there is going to be part of the fighting area. Alright, let's activate the thing, see what happens. Yeah, the monster didn't like me splashing all that scalding water on him.
Look, the sludge dissolved. The domain is surely safe now.
Look behind you.
Not good.
It's the mud squid! Oh, a Muktarok. So basically a giant
Strange creature
octopus.
must be responsible.
And he is riding a mud shark.
Get ready. Let's go, Link.
Okay. So it's an Octorok riding a shark. That is the last thing I was ever expecting. Also, this is kind of
Take it from here.
good that I'm assuming this is the end of the dungeon.
All right, let's go. Heads up. Are you okay?
Okay, so it has to be Sidon's water that damages it. Okay.
After it, Link. Okay, now's our chance. After it, Link. All right, let's go.
Eat shit! Okay, when the hell did this become Mario Sunshine, basically? I didn't even think about that until now, but
Let's use water to clear some away. Go. Trouble. It's able to swim through the sludge. That's going to make it hard to catch. The sludge makes it hard to move. Maybe we could do something to clear it away. All right, let's go.
There we go. He wasn't very fond of my claymore. Oh no. That wasn't just regular goo, that was cannon goo. The worst kind of goo. Depending on who you ask. The Yiga clan have been known to say that it's the best kind, but I disagree. Alright. There we go. You know what? That is true. They will. They're a banana cult. It's funny that they've mostly migrated underground. Alright, Sidon, what do you have to say? New bracelet unlocked.
Sidon, my cherished kin.
That voice again. You're the one we've been hearing this whole time?
Indeed, I am your ancestor from a time long past. I served the first king of Hyrule as a Zora warrior and a sage who, like you, could direct the flow of water. You are the pride of the Zora, your fluid, graceful movements as you fight. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You bested the monster that sullied our domain, but it was a servant of a greater evil, the Demon King. His true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining the stone that you just found. My secret stone.
That stone that you are wearing?
Yes, and it is important you know more about the stone and the Demon King. So listen closely to what I have to say. It concerns the imprisoning war and the destiny of our people.
Okay, she's gonna mostly say the same stuff the last
Though
two
we
said.
Zora live long lives, this all happened in a time ancient even to us. The kingdom of Hyrule was still in its infancy. A great evil, the Demon King, appeared. He invaded Hyrule and sought to cut the new kingdom's time short. But Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, brought me and 5 other warriors together to oppose him. To fight the Demon King, Rauru entrusted us with secret stones. Treasured artifacts that amplify the power of those who carry them.
Oh, you had tornadoes touch
As
down
the
there,
Sage of
Klazard.
Water,
Okay.
I bore a secret stone
That's
and
scary.
fought alongside my fellow sages in battle. However, the Demon King's power was overwhelming. Even my strongest defenses could not stop his ferocious attacks. In the end, our leader realized it would not be possible to defeat the Demon King outright. He chose to end the battle by sealing the Demon King away, sacrificing himself in the process.
So that was the imprisoning war.
Sometime later, another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time, came to visit me, and the destiny of the Zora was made crystal clear.
Okay.
The magic restraining the Demon King will eventually be undone. When that happens, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. We must help. Lend him your power. He will need the Zora's control over water.
The course of the Zora's future was clear.
It would be our honor to aid in defeating the Demon King. I swear to you that, when the great evil returns, the Zora Sage of Water will awaken once more. The Zora people and their sage will fight alongside your
Oh,
swordsman.
lovely. My phone is like going off non-stop. Alright, who's messaging me? No.
That is everything there is to share of the imprisoning war and of the destiny of the Zora. Zora's domain is once again safe thanks to you. However, the Demon King continues to threaten all of Hyrule. Sidon, my cherished kin, you must take up my secret stone and honor the vow I made to the Sage of Time.
There we go. Turn
Fight
that off.
alongside the swordsman, Link.
And you know, maybe, I don't know, bring me back that Popeyes. Like I've been asking for like the last few hours or so.
It's my destiny to fight by your side.
Like, come on, Sidon.
I came here so that I could save Zora's domain. But it looks like all of Hyrule will need my help. I'll do all I can, just as my ancestor did. I will accept this secret stone.
Okay, that actually looks kind of snazzy.
I am the Sage of Water. Behold, this is my new power.
Okay, the shadow version of him seems more menacing somehow.
Here, Link, your hand. I, Sidon, the Sage of Water, swear that I will fight by your side. Please accept this. It is proof of my vow.
Link's pulling away. He's like, I don't think I really need the Sage of Water. I mean, I'm cool with saving your kingdom. Oh, God. Best friends forever. Oh, looks like Link's got another ring for the Infinity Gauntlet.
With that ring, you will always have my power with you. We're partnered up again. Yes. All right, let's head back home.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep. One step closer to kicking Ganon in his big demon lord ass. Observe as I turn mud into water. And now I never have to go back to Zora's domain. Never again. Plus, their shops don't really have anything I really want to buy anyways.
Whoa.
Link, welcome back.
Oh.
Link, have you seen? The sledge has vanished without a trace. Yeah, yeah. You'd think I would notice that. Link, thanks to your courage, the inhabitants of the Zora's domain are safe once again. No words could express the depths of my gratitude. Thank you, hero. From the bottom of our heart, of my heart, I thank you. As for you, Sidon, though Link certainly played a key role, your own efforts to save the domain were nothing short of magnificent. I have always believed in you, Sidon. Now you have unequivocally proven your worthiness to bear the crown. That is why I shall joyously take this opportunity to pass the throne to you. Father, this is so sudden. No, it only seems that way. In truth, it has been heavy on my mind for some time now. Sidon, my son. It is time to ascend to the throne as the new king. Take Yona's hand as one. Lead Zora's domain to a brighter tomorrow. Me? The king? Thank you, Father. I will not let you down, I swear. That's the spirit, my boy! Now accept your place upon the throne. The finest swordsman in all of Hyrule shall bear witness to this monumentous occasion. Oh dear God, let me leave. I just want to fucking leave. Oh please let me leave. Muzu says, silence please. I hereby inherit this crown from my father, the exalted Dauphin. From this moment on, I shall be King of the Zora. At this same precious moment, I ask that you also open your hearts to your new queen, my beloved Yona.
Sure.
The sledge threatens us no more. We are once again free to swim through crystal waters beneath azure skies, without fear. We could not have achieved this without our dear King Sidon, our heroic Sir Link, and all of us who call the domain home. I am so proud and so very grateful to count myself among the Zora of the domain. However, that does not mean that all matters have been resolved.
Ah.
Right, you are my love. So, long as darkness lurks in the depths of Hyrule, this place we have fought so hard could vanish in a bubble, on a needle. We shall not allow that. It is now time for the Zora to help Link prevail. Everyone, I ask that you lend him your strength. Doing just that shall be the first task that I and my partner in life and in leadership shall undertake as your king and queen. Oh, so interesting how the cameras never pan below the ankles, thus not exposing how short our legs really are. Except for the far away, wide lens shots. That's when the nightmares truly begin. When I obtained the Sacred Stone, we saw a vision of that woman, the Sage of Time. I'm certain it was far more than a passing resemblance.
That was the Princess Zelda, who and I know so well. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. That's the Princess Zelda who appeared in the domain and attacked Father. Could it be that the princess we saw in my ancestors' era and the one Father saw in this era are not one and the same? Questions upon questions. It is painfully clear that we have no choice but to find the princess and ask her directly. Link, as I have just ascended to the throne, I must offer my sincerest apologies for being unable to accompany you. Still, I shall continue gathering information about our Princess Zelda. Please, promise that you shall once again grace our fair Zora's domain with your presence sooner rather than later. Whatever comes to pass, know that you and I will always be connected by the power of the Sage, no less. Oh, Impa's here. Ah, hello, Link. I should have known we would run into you here. We came to investigate the geoglyph in this region, but the sledge falling from the sky complicated things. Fortunately, the muck is gone now, and our efforts to research the local geoglyph may resume. Link, I've been wondering, have you found the geoglyph in the southern Hebra yet?
Oh.
The map of the Forgotten Temple showed a geoglyph shaped like a castle. We intend to investigate that geoglyph as well. A floating palace, I'm sure that it is what I heard, but...
Oh.
Link, how wonderful. You heard me talking to myself, didn't you? Since you are here, I must ask you something a bit odd. Have you heard about a floating palace? A floating palace? Here's my tale. When my dear wife Mia went out fishing, she was singing this mysterious song to herself. I found a floating palace where I'll catch fish with grace. A hop and a skip to a great fishing trip. And with that, my wife hopped and skipped over to the bridge in the east of the domain. And at the time, I paid it no heed. She has given song a fancy, but her absence has started to weigh heavily on my mind. Floating palace, a hop and a skip away. I've never heard such a place. My wife is the type to rush off in a fit of excitement. I'm worried that he will do something rash. Oh, my beloved Mai. I dearly hope that she has gone somewhere, not gone somewhere dangerous. Alright. Fine, I'm getting out. Although I may come back and do that one guy's quest.
It's more Sidon I'm not a fan of. Like, I know a lot of people really like Sidon. Hey, what is that? Construction site. Well, there's another one of those platforms right there. Oh. What could this be?
Wait!
Fern's son, this isn't what we agreed to. We left the desert and trekked all the way here because you said we'd get to drive a vehicle like no other. And now that we're here, the only vehicle you've got is some piece of junk that no one can control. What kind of fools do you take us for? You got it all wrong. It's like I said before. I'm working with the Hudson Construction to make vehicles out of Zonai devices and the other debris that fell from the sky. And yes, it's true, we haven't figured out how to control these vehicles. But that's why we asked you here. We're hoping professional racers like the two of you can offer some guidance. So what's it? What are you even talking about? We're racers, not scholars. Don't try to confuse us with your fancy words.
Oh.
You found nothing among these Zonai devices capable of controlling your vehicle? Sadly, no. None of the devices you've found here in Terrytown work.
Ah! Oh. Oh.
Someone tells me they have the device, they just don't know which... Oh no, wait. Okay, we got other devices here. Okay, let's see. A sled, wheels, rockets, fans. Okay, wow, they really don't have a steering column. Although maybe this other building has a steering column I can use? No, nothing here. Or here, or... I guess I'll just supply mine, then. Not the end of the world if I have to supply my own. Oh. Hey, are you interested in this too?
Oh.
Looks like this seems things inside. I wonder if we can get them out. Yeah, except I quickly figured out how to make this thing work. Just hold out a couple of these bad boys.
Gamba, gamba, gamba. Huh? That's what those things are? These are Zonai devices inside this thing. I think yes. I think this is... might possibly be a truly amazing discovery, probably. And contraptions like this wouldn't have shown up in places other than just Terrytown. Kakariko Village... and... Dig Dog Bridge... Ugh. Could it be that the types of Zonai devices inside each area or contraption are different? Ah, there we go. Got the steering column I needed. Okay, just take out one of these bad boys. Oh, good evening. You're not with the Hudson Construction Company, are you? I guess if he's here, he must be involved somehow. Name's Faraday-san. I'm working with the... yeah, okay. We found a Zonai device capable of controlling the vehicles. Try this steering stick. Oh, so that's how it's set up. Could you come here for a minute? I have a favor to ask. Okay. Please, could you show us what exactly this device is capable of? That weird thing is gonna make that huge contraption move? Say all the fancy words and silly jargon you like, but I'll believe it when I see it with my own two eyes. Quickly, I must see. Oh? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Oi.
Touch the lights. All right, there we go. Vehicle challenge complete.
Ah.
I don't believe it. I never thought something so big could be steered so easily.
Ah.
A technique like that is enough to get anyone fired up. Don't you think, Tali? No one who loves racing could watch that and not feel excited.
Eh.
We can finally move on to the next phase. See, this is just the beginning of our experiments. I must figure out this Zonai device's full capabilities, and I'm counting on you to help me out here. Here, please consider this as down payment.
Ah.
Yeah, I know how this sleepover tickets work.
Oh. Mm. Yeah. Ah.
Okay, looks like we need something to get us a little more lift. There we go. Okay. Fair enough. I'm gonna try to get a little bit of progress, but I'm probably gonna wrap up soon. I want to at least get up this rail. Actually, I'm kind of glad I chose to put the control stick on this. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Wait. Could fans? Yeah, you're probably right about the fans. Let's see. Yeah, because I got the little spaces for them. Actually, you know what? This, even though this could be considered dangerous to do. There. There we go. Oh, shit. Meant to grab just the control stick. Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off, you ass. I got your rail car working. I thought it might be valuable when I picked it up. Weird rock. Gives me the creeps. Gotta hurry and find a sucker to head to the construction site? There's a small fee to use the rail car. I'll collect that for you.
Ah.
20 rupees, no exceptions. But you only need to pay it once. One fee, unlimited rides. Goodbye. I automatically hate that guy so very, very much. Why, hello there! It's an honor to see your face with my eyeballs once again, and on such a pretty day, no less. My little brother Colton is faring well, thanks to you. Look over there. He isn't there now, but when the sun goes down, you'll find his charming multicolored stall upon that hill. He's working so very hard to make his dreams come true. You should speak with him if you see him. Ah, where are my manners? I have yet to greet you properly. Kilton at your service. Once upon a time, I made goods from monster parts, you see, and traveled upon selling them from my shop. But once I saved up a tidy little nest omelet, I gave that stall to my younger brother. Now that I purchased this plot of dirt and land, so that I can at least make a real dream. I've dreamed since I was a wee Kilton. Sadly, it seems the president of the Hudson Construction is very busy and I can't take my next step forward without him. Still, it's only a matter of time before my dream is not a thing stuck in my skull, but a thing here in the world instead. What's your dream? The truth is, and this is just between you and me here, I have adored monsters ever since I was a wee little Kilton. Oh, how strange. This is usually the part where you say, "What? Monsters? Disgusting!" But here you are, so sensitive to my sensitivities.
I know. Monsters are violent creatures despised the world over because of it. That I can't deny. But they're just also misunderstood. The way everyone hates them, without even trying to understand them. Pitiful, tragic. And so I will educate the world about monsters. And once the world understands monsters, they will love monsters. That is my dream. But for my plan to succeed, I require the assistance of the finest carpenter in all the land, Hudson. As soon as Hudson is done with his other business, you must come back. I promise you, a monstrous spectacle, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. A little weird, but okay. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Huh. Oh.
I'm buying your bombs.
Huh.
Okay. Gemstones.
Oh. Huh.
Yep, buying them all. Break it down! Sawn and done! Sir, have you ever regretted attaching something to your weapon or shield? That's the time to tap me. Ellison, here at your break-apart shop. Faster than you can blink. Zap, zah! It'll be back to how it was before. Oh, that's kind of a neat little service. Okay. I don't need it now, but in the future I might. Yeah, can definitely say I don't need to buy arrows anytime soon.
Wait, did he do more to this when I turned away? Because I could have sworn that was flat before. You know what? Screw it. Let's just pay his stupid fee.
Ah. Ah.
Controller simple, just give it a whack.
Oh.
Oh, hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to sell random junk for outrageous prices again? Yesterday she was talking about it happily. Perhaps you're overthinking it. Though I do understand, I know you're worried about Madsen's moving. Minari told me that Madison has been acting real cheerful lately. I can't help but wonder if she's, you know, just putting up a bold face. After all, she's going to be picked up soon. Please, if you keep acting like this, it will only make it more difficult for Madison to leave. This is a once-in-a-lifetime journey for Gerudo. You should support her and give her a grand send-off. Right. Of course, it's a special journey, and we should do something big for her. Ah, customer. Welcome to Hudson Construction. Let me guess, you're in the market for a dream home? There's no surprise, our unique modular building style lets you put rooms together and create the perfect home. But I'm sorry, we're still not ready to open for business. Wait, it's you. Look who it is. It sure has been a while. You know, thanks to you, Terrytown is doing real good. Nowadays, it's kind of a village that welcomes folks from all over to come in peace. Oh, and we have a daughter. Looks just like her papa. She's wonderful. My little Madison. Hudson, you've got to get it together. Sorry, I've gotta go. We're kind of busy right now. I'm going back to work now. Rodson, but don't worry, I'll try to think of something nice to do for Madison. That's the company's storehouse. However, the door seems to be stuck and can't be opened from the outside. Maybe something is blocking the inside. Okie doke. I see what happened.
Ma.
Oh, thank you. Not being able to open that door was really starting to annoy me. So Akata was blocking the door. Well, I appreciate your help getting it out. I'll just move those out of the way. They can't go... So they can't go block the door again. Phew, that should do.
Oh.
It's a little banged up, so I was planning on throwing them out. But you're welcome to them. No, stop that! Ooh, got an evil idea. Got an evil idea. I might be able to steal his rock. Hear me out, hear me out. Just do that. Oh. Oh. Wow, that's lame.
Oh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Mm.
Okay, basically, dude's not sure about his daughter's independence. Typical parent, am I right? Good morning. Is Savak? Good day is Savak. And goodbye is... What is goodbye? Oh, she really does have her dad's looks. At least the same hairstyle, anyways. Don't fight me like that. For a second, I thought you were here to take me away on my big journey. I'm doing all this studying because I'm moving to Mama's hometown soon. Where she's from, there's this amazing language called Gerudo. I want to teach every son in the village to speak it too. So I've made it my mission, to memorize many words as I can. Hey, would you like to learn some words too, mister? If so, your timing couldn't be better. I'm about to give a lesson to Granny Minori, you should come too. After some instructions from me, you'll be speaking Gerudo in no time. For this lesson, I'm going to give you a Gerudo quiz. You should try it.
Oh. Ah.
Okay, let's find something to sell to him.
Ah.
Alright there, I got enough rupees to buy your stupid thing now. Oh, where's the Roka? Just a moment. Sorry to keep you waiting. If you want to visit the construction site, feel free to use the rail car over there. Hope I can find someone to pump. I'll buy the rock. What?
Ah.
Follow the beam to its end and offer the crystal there. Do so and I... Oh, okay. Alright. This should clear the lake, I think. Come on, recharge faster. Alright, there we go. Well, at least I've got a fast travel point that's near the village now. Okay. Based off what I can tell, looks like ideally, I guess I'm going to want to start from this tower. And then we can journey from there, I guess, tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'll just lend my friend the Mario Kart and the other Switch. They're not really a streamer, but they do occasionally do like little local tourneys and what have you. Alright, saving here. This is a good enough spot to stop for now, and I guess until next time. this is Timothy signing out, I guess. Later. Bye-bye. Peace.